Hello, Penguin Sentinel. Welcome in. Happy holidays. Having a good day? Please feel free to put your favourite seasonal tunes in the jukebox. It is on. I've just got like a chill, jazzy playlist. Anything is good. Pop songs, rock. Dog hair on my paintbrush. Get that watered down a bit. In such a small area to be too thick when it's going on. Bobby, hello. Happy holidays. Swig on its head so it looks like it's being eaten. Not for the final miniature, because I can't replace this one. But like as a little joke, I can take a picture with him with a squig on his head if you want. Once I've finished painting him, I'm not gonna like glue it on. This is a really big panel. I think what I'll do is I'll actually spread the green further into the leg. That'll look quite nice. Because I've watered it down so much as well, it's very, very subtle. So I can always go back in with a less watered down version. Give it some depth, as it were. When I get back into painting. You should give it a go then. Wait, I know it's an expensive hobby to get into, but it's amazing what you can accomplish with just a handful of uh, budget paints and a couple of cheap acrylic paint brushes. I need to mix up some more of my lightest colour as well. Hey, Purple Lady, how you doing? Happy holidays. But there needs to be a bit more watered down. Yeah, I think that looks nice. We've still got, obviously, the black to put on. Hey, Prime Bee. Punch the halls with bushels of, I don't know, cranberries? Oh, come on in. Happy holidays. The jazz is rather loud compared to my voice. That's probably because I haven't got my microphone very close to me. I've kind of put everything together in a rush today. How's this? Oh, no, because then I end up punching the microphone stand. Give me a sec. How is that? Because now I can get to my palette as well. Got a chest infection, so putting Santa on the naughty list. Yeah, that's fair. Much better. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Sorry I was talking so quietly. I'm a little bit out of it today, I'll be honest with you. But, you know, maybe quiet, tired hobby is just the ticket for a Christmas stream. I don't know. Been deep heating my chest, so I feel you. Oof, that's rough. I'm currently regularly deep freezing my neck because I trapped my occipital nerve a little over a week ago. And it's still kind of trapped. It's still very sore. So supposedly the trick with non-metallic metals, which is where I got the idea for the technique I'm using for this armour from. It's not exactly a non-metallic metal paint scheme, but it uses the same kind of methodology. Is that you put the darkest colour and the lightest colour next to each other. And that's how you get the sort of realistic looking metallic highlights. But you also use the darkest colour for the shadows. So there's a lot of the darkest colour going around. The combination I'm going for here is black for my darkest colour. And then we've got angel green, which is an army painter colour, as the darkest green.
Hello there.
Hello, Kian. Happy holidays. Hope you're doing well today. And we've got some oh gosh, what's it called? Sotek green, as our like brightest unedited colour. And I'm using a combination of the angel green and the Sotek green to make the actual armour colour. So the base colour.
Caffeine will kill you!
Huh? That was weird. What on earth set that off? It's really weird. Sometimes that alert goes off and I don't know why. I'm going to turn the content warning timer off because we're not doing anything Should be a coffee alert. It should, shouldn't it? God, did I set it up as that? Is that the problem? Turn the content warning off. There we go. That's better. Don't need that on. Because I don't get notifications for coffee alerts on my activity feed. So if I don't see them pop up on the screen, I don't see them pop up at all. And if I'm not looking at the screen at the time, which I'm not when I'm painting, I don't see them. That may be what it was, though. if that was somebody donating via coffee, thank you very much.
Hello there.
Hello, Steen. Happy holidays. Hope you're doing well today. Got the new Pokemon. It's fun. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Okay. So, thank you very much, Steen.
Hello there.
So I will probably go for an hour or two and then pop away for a little bit because Slow woke up just as I was starting to stream. I wasn't expecting him to be awake for a few hours yet. So I should go and, wish him a Merry Christmas and see if he wants to open his presents and stuff. So whilst this is a Christmas stream, there are going to be, points where I pop away, either to sort things out for Christmas dinner later or to go and talk to Slow. Or my mum said she was going to phone me.
Hello there.
Because this is the first Christmas that we've not spent with my mum. Hello, Buff. Happy holidays. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. This is a Kingdom Death miniature penguin. This is the Flower Knight. He's one of the earliest miniatures that they did. This version actually was released prior to Kingdom Death Monster being a thing. So you can't get him anymore. I think there were 500 of him made. Does it say on my little card? No, it doesn't. He's one of the miniatures that really got me into Kingdom Death in the first place. He's so beautiful. It's a wonderful design. His art card is gorgeous as well. His breeches are fabulously flouncy, aren't they just? I'm quite pleased with how they turned out paint job wise as well. Ah, no, it's fine, Steen. Me and my mum keep in regular contact, so it's not like we're not talking to each other or anything like that. But we want to try and keep some traditions alive, as it were, despite being so far apart now. Can't wait to start painting some miniatures. Did you ever get your minis? Because I know they said that they'd run out of stock, which absolutely sucks. I'm a little annoyed at them about that. Like, if you don't have stock of something, or if you've got low stock of something, you should make people aware. Not just leave things as they are and then be like, oh yeah, sorry, we ran out. It's kind of a dick move. Still waiting on stock. That's not good. If they don't get some in soon, I might be better off going somewhere else. And I know as an affiliate, I probably shouldn't be saying that, but if they don't do right by my viewers, I'm not gonna go out of my way to protect them. That's for sure. That's better. So what I've done is I've just sort of stippled a little bit of my armor base color. Happy holidays, Lynn. Bad Squiddo. No, Element Games. Penguin. I took the refund and ordered the other starter set. Oof. Yeah, I hope you're having a good festive season, Lynn. Okay, so these
Hero
aren't
Quest is
the
the
stuff
best
I
game
follow.
ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Hello, Cypher. Happy holidays. Hope you're doing well today. £5 of circus peanuts. Is that a good thing? I don't know how many peanuts that equates to, and if you like peanuts. I'm going to assume that you do. It feels kind of silly to be painting something black again after having painted it a different colour, but necessary evil. They are the American equivalent of the foam banana, and I love them. Ah, awesome then. Good stuff. Bar
Hello there.
humbug. Fair play, Cypher. Halo, thank you so much for trusting me with your community on Christmas Day of all days. Hope your stream went well. Happy holidays, everybody. In case you've not been here before, I'm Hobbytan. I am a variety streamer based in Scotland. And today, as has become sort of tradition, thanks to the lockdown, we are doing the Hobby Happy Hour holiday special. So I'm going to be painting and we're going to listen to some nice Christmas music. And yeah, just a little something to get folks through the day if they need it. The plan is for me to be here until 6 p.m. my time. So another 5 hours. But I will have to duck away every now and then because I am cooking Christmas dinner for me and my partner. Oh, that's part of the armor as well, isn't it? And I'll need to do things for that. And my partner is awake now as well, so I'm going to have to go and say hello to him properly in a minute. He popped in just as I was pressing the go live button to say good morning to me. Okie dokie, Halo. Yeah, the jukebox on the channel is active. If you would like to add some of your own favourite seasonal tunes or some chill music that you would like to listen to, feel free to do so. You can redeem any track on Spotify using a URL or the name of the song and artist in the channel points redemption menu, and it is a single bar token or a single song. And actually, today, because it's Christmas, it is free. I will be refunding all jukebox requests at the end of the stream. Hello, Dave. Happy holidays. Lisa and I are driving down to her mum's for presents and dinner. Lovely. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for popping in to wish us all happy holidays. That's very kind of you. I hope you and Lisa are doing well. I think I'm going to end up having to dry brush these bits at the top of the leg armour here because they are very fiddly. Fiddly indeed. Yeah, we'll figure that out in a bit. Oh, I'm just a little bit out of it today, Dave. It's less doing ASMR voice and more just talking quietly because I'm tired. But I'll turn the music down a bit. I thought I'd fixed it by moving my microphone closer, but apparently not. I suppose it depends on the volume of the particular track as well, doesn't it? How's that? That better? Yeah, I'm very tired today. I've already done all the Christmas dinner prep so that when the time comes, I can just pop everything in the oven. And I've had a shower. Did a lot of housework yesterday to try and make things a little tidier. Still feels like there's so much to do. But I suppose that's the joy of adulthood, isn't it? I'm quite pleased with how his leg is looking so far. I know it's difficult to see on the stream because of the lighting. I can't really fix that, unfortunately. But we've got some depth going on there. We've got a nice little bit of mottling going on as well. What we wanted. For the bits on the foot, what I'm going to do is just sort of it's not really dry brushing because I'm not using the right kind of brush or the right kind of technique, but just going to very gently sort of drag the additional colours over it. Can I make that easier for you folks to see? There we go. Hello, Ray. Happy holidays. Hope you're doing well. Gonna take in some of that black paint a little bit. Snuck in. You did indeed. There we go. I think that leg's about done for now. We need to... do I have any of the bronze left on my palette? I don't think I do. I'm gonna take my cardigan off because I don't want to get paint all over it. It was moonstone we used. Give this a quick shake. Little drop of moonstone on there. I'm doing all of this with the Insane Detail brush, which is a step up from doing everything with the Psycho Insane. Look at me making progress and evolving. It depends on the figure, Dave and Lisa. Hello, Ash. Happy holidays. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for popping in to wish us all well. Very kind of you. Oh, as it's Christmas, I know I don't normally do giveaways during Hobby Happy Hour, but as it's Christmas, there is a giveaway active for this this specific stream for the complete Star Wars collection. So if you would like to get your hands on what I think is about 90 quid's worth of games, exclamation mark ticket will get you your entry for that. 40k Monopoly, amazing. And best of luck with the giveaway as well, Lynn. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for popping in to say hello to us all. It's much appreciated. My head is very sore. Bye. Yeah, my head is quite ouchy, which is why I'm talking quietly. It's not like a migraine or anything like that. It's deferred pain from my neck, but got a new story coming out in Fission #2, where I'll be appearing along with one of the big Finnish writers. Should be out before the new year, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, congratulations, Ray. That's fantastic news. Got basic Monopoly, but one of the pieces is a T-Rex. It's almost as cool. That is quite cool. So I'm going to quickly pop him down for a second while I mix up some more of my highlight colours so that we can get the highlighting on his feet. Well, on the foot that we've done. So 2 highlight colours that I use are done with a bit of Sotek, which I'm just applying to the correct part of my palette, and some White Scar, which needs a shake. Put that right there. So we actually have 3 different intensities of pale. We've got this one. So what I do when I'm remixing a colour on my wet palette is I put the paint on top of where it was before. And then I mix it until it matches with a little splotch of the paint that I've left uncovered from before. Oddhale, happy Christmas. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're having a nice Christmas. Because I'm not going to use the white scarf for anything on its own, I can quite happily and comfortably just dip into the original splodge of paint. We put a little bit too much Sotek on my mid-intensity point. Nearly there. Nearly there. I think we're going to need all of that. Get us over the line. There we go. That's the mid-intensity done. And then the palest one, we're going to need some more white scarf for.
Hello there.
So yeah, to expand on my answer to your question, Lisa, I have a lot of squigs, which are mostly just for collecting purposes because you can't have an all squig army in current Warhammer rules. But I fell in love with the original squig sculpts and made it my mission to collect one of each squig sculpt, including more recent ones. Which is why, up until recently, the Discord was called the Squig Sanctuary.
Well then.
Halo, thank you so much for the £20. That's very kind of you. Thank you for being amazing. I'm just some weirdo on the internet. Still works? What do you mean still works, Penguin? There we go. We're all just weirdos on the internet. Very true, very philosophical. Okie dokie, Dave. Oh, by all means, Penguin, go ahead. That's what it's there for, I guess. Yeah, I hope you and Lisa have a wonderful day today, Dave. Eat, drink, and be merry. And take care. Okay, so we've got our 3 different intensities of highlight. Because of how small this area is, we're gonna do this with the Psycho. I just noticed that my character brush was not sitting comfortably.
subtle off-white coloring. A tasteful thickness on it.
Thank you, Halo. um, so I'm getting as little paint as possible on my brush. And just gently hitting. Oh, Ian, thank you very much. Shit. Shit. Went overboard. Went overboard. Fixed it. No one will ever know. We'll get a little bit of watered down black over that as well. I will treat myself in a moment once I've fixed my little slip up here. I haven't actually bothered to fill the treat jar up, so I'm just going to get it straight out of the bag. And it will be, say, strawberry and cream dot. Very Christmassy looking. Thank you very much, Kian. Haruibo, hello, sweetheart. Happy holidays. And congratulations on being the first person to redeem first in today's stream. Doesn't matter if you weren't here first, you were the first one to think about that. You are the fastest thing alive. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay. So like I said before, the trick with trying to do non-metallic metals is apparently making sure you have your brightest colour, your lightest colour, I should say, and your darkest colour right next to each other. Merry Chrysler, indeed. He's fallen. That's. I'm thinking, why does it feel like the miniature's getting further and further away from my paintbrush? I'm not moving, but no, he is. Is the sound that goes along with first actually audible? Because it sounds a lot quieter than everything else. So I may need to actually increase the volume on it. Because he was leaning away from me there because he really didn't want that paint going on him. I ended up putting a bit where I didn't want it to be. So I'm just going to prop him up with my finger now. There we go. So I've put a little bit of black back there. Just to cover up the bit that shouldn't have been turquoise. And to bring us back to that darkest and lightest next to each other situation. And now I'm going to put a little bit of green in there. Just a little bit. And it's the watered down green as well. To sort of blend it into the black. And give us a bit more depth. It's very difficult to see it on stream like it doesn't capture very well on photos, and I am beginning to understand now why most mini painters don't paint like this. But this is how I like to paint, and to be honest with you, if it doesn't look great in photographs, that's fine as far as I'm concerned. As long as I'm happy with how it looks when I pick it up and look at it. It seems my specific style of miniature painting doesn't translate well to camera. Because you often find that the really pretty minis that you see on Instagram and stuff like that, they have very distinctive, very clearly delineated differences in their shades, their colours, whereas I tend to go for a much more subtle sort of gradient in my shading. And I do that in my like digital art as well as when I'm painting miniatures. It's just my art style, which is a weird thought for me because I never really thought that I had a style. But yeah, subtlety appears to be my thing. What time are we at? 1:30. So I might pop over and say hello to Slow in a little bit. Give you folks time to, get cozy, maybe grab a snack or something. Really wish I could take some painkillers for my head as well. I'm not allowed to take painkillers because of the meds I'm on. Which is endlessly frustrating for me at the moment because I could still take painkillers. I probably wouldn't still be having neck and head pain after a week and a half. But it's fine. We'll get there. Just like with this miniature, we'll get there. Because I'm doing so much small fiddly work, I've ended up with a tiny little fleck of paint stuck at the end of my Psycho, and it's making it actually applying paint where I want it very difficult. Cleaned that off now. This bit is so fiddly because there's so many little areas where I'd like to pick out highlights. It's really difficult to do, even with such a small brush, it's very difficult. Because you want to make sure that they stand out from each other as well as standing out from the miniature itself. That's where having 3 different highlight shades comes in. What I can do is put the brighter ones higher up. So the topmost highlight will be the brightest colour. I think that's working quite nicely, actually. Probably do a little teal wash, very, very thin teal wash over this area once I've put the highlights in, just to sort of dim down those brights a little bit and make them look a little bit more cohesive with the rest of the mini. let's get... No, that's too much paint again. It's so difficult. Get a highlight there. Oh yes, that's gone exactly where I wanted it. Good, good. It's nice when things work out. Try and make it a bit more intense. Not bigger. Just more vibrant. There we go. A little bit there as well. A little too much. That's okay. We'll take a little bit of our base colour. Put that there. And then we'll get a little bit of the black. Because again, we need the darkest colour right next to the brightest colour. Give the metallic effect we're looking for. There we go. That's better. Tone it down a little more. There we go. Gone the other way now. This is one of the issues I have when I'm painting a lot of the time. There we go. Perfect. And we'll bring that top one up slightly. Not that much. That's way too much paint for such a small area. Just gently push that out a bit. There we go. Lovely. That's exactly how I wanted it to look. Took a little bit of fumbling here and there, but okay, let's get... We'll put the Psycho down for a bit. We'll go with the... let's go with the detail brush. We want something a little bigger for what I'm about to do. So I'm going to take a little bit of my base colour, which again is a mix of Citadel Sotek Blue and Army Painter Angel Green. And we're just going to put a little bit of water in that. A bit more water. I'm going to make this into essentially like an ink wash. Oop, knock some paint over.
Get nice and moist for me, won't you?
Torpor, thank you very much for the hydrate. Happy holidays. Hope you're doing well today. And the posture check and the stretch. Okay. Yeah, there. That's probably a bit too thin actually, because it now just doesn't want to sit anywhere. Just added in a little bit extra. And I got some of that on his pantaloons, so I'll quickly go in, fix that, because I've still got my yellow from Wednesday. There we go. That's the left leg about done, I think. in terms of that part of things, anyway. I've still got to figure out what colour I'm doing the straps on everything. No worries, Halo. You get some good rest and happy holidays once more. And thank you again for the raid. And for the tip. It's very kind of you. Okay. Gonna hydrate. Gonna stretch. And I'm gonna posture check. What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna pop us into BRB. I'm gonna leave you with the Christmas music, and I'm gonna go and see if Slow has woken up sufficiently for me to wish him Merry Christmas properly now. So I'll be right back. Now's a great time to get yourself a little top up if you're having a drink. Maybe grab yourself a snack. Sneak a roast potato out from the dinner tray. That kind of thing. And I will be back with you in a few minutes. I am back. Hello, everyone. Come on, cameras, you can do this. I believe in you. There we go. Sorry I was away for so long. Oh wow, my hair is an absolute mess now it's dried. I asked Sly if he wanted to open his Christmas present, so we were just sitting on the couch and doing the Christmas present thing. And we opened Porthos's Christmas present from my mother. It's a snail. With squeakers in it, and that you can put treats in. So that's not going to be really irritating. But I'm actually going to throw it onto his bed because he really wants it back right now. So there you go. He loves that snail already. And I've put some treats in it for him so that he can have a little snuffle and a little play. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch us back to Porthos cam on the painting screen, and I will paint and you can watch Porthos enjoying his Christmas present from my mum. Oh shoot, I left the ravens on. I'll refund that for you, because we're not playing. We're not playing Jump King at the moment, so that doesn't do anything, unfortunately. I'd love to have it set up so that a little raven just flies onto the screen and says stuff, but it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Let's pause the redemptions on that. There we go. Thank you for hydrating Chibi Tan, Penguin. Much appreciated. There we go. Right. So, one leg done. Once his legs are both done, I can attach him to his base. Because then the rest of his main body piece is easily accessible. So that's what we'll be doing. We're gonna want the insane detail, which is this one here. So back on the insane detail brush now. And I'm going to do the same thing I did with the other foot and leg. Some very watered down black. Just going to put the shadows in. Also going to put the highlightable areas in. So places where I put the black on his armour are wherever two pieces of armour meet, where it would create a shadow. Oh, that wasn't watered down. Oops. And wherever I'm going to be putting a highlight later. Keep getting distracted by happy staffy ear wobbles. There is nothing wrong with that. My mum sends him or gives him the strangest but most wonderful presents. He always loves the toys she gets him. I'm not too worried about it being. Porthos, are you pulling that snail apart? It sounds like you're pulling that snail apart. This is the only problem with like plush toys for a staffy is Porthos is the ultimate pen tester. Can't give him toys that have got tags on them. Can't give him toys that have got any like sticky outy bits attached to them. Any weak point in a plush toy, and Porthos will identify it, hone in on it straight away, and will destroy the toy in as little time as is physically possible for him. He seems to see it as the entire purpose of a new toy is to try and break it as quickly as possible. Oh, God, my head is very sore. I'm sorry if I disappear again quite quickly. The headache that I appear to have started experiencing as deferred pain from my neck is really doing a number on me right now. Good afternoon, Rocket. Happy holidays. I hope you're having a good day. Just thought, did I actually change the thing on Twitch to say that this was an art stream? I think I did. My memory is very bad. I did. Okay, good. Just quickly checking on the app there. Because I thought I set that all up last night, but when I checked this morning, it still said Mothmen. Oh, for those that were here for Mothmen last night, sorry. Very ouchy head. Okay, I'm going to have to take him off of the painting handle to get to the bits that I need to get to here and to be able to show you what I'm doing. I got myself back to where we were when I raided Haruiba. Because for anyone that wasn't there, we died. And I, being a clumsy fool, accidentally hit the return to menu button instead of the retry button. And I hadn't saved all stream. So 2 hours of Mothmen up in smoke in a couple of seconds flat. I was gutted. But when you're not reading all the text and you know which buttons to press, it doesn't take that long to get back to where we were. So I managed to get there in about half an hour. Helps that I wasn't chatting as well. We had some lovely conversations last night, though. It was really interesting to hear everybody's thoughts about cryptids. and sort of the evolution of urban legends. It's a really nice chat. I really enjoyed that. I think one of the things I love most about streaming games like that for you is that we get to have these really interesting conversations. Porthos, are you making yourself poorly by tearing apart your new toy? I hope you're not. I may have to go and check on him and make sure he's not actually ripping the thing to shreds. Oof. Seriously, my kingdom for an ibuprofen right now. Quite looking forward to Christmas dinner later. I may actually finish the stream a little earlier than originally intended, depending on if the headache goes away. But so that I can get a little bit more time in with Slow today and, you know, spend some time with Porthos as well. But we'll see how things go. We need a little bit more water in our angel green. Okay. Got an area there that's not got any black on it. Which you can't see because my thumb is in the way. Just a really awkwardly positioned foot for trying to paint on stream. There we go. And then we'll get some of the teal. Porthos. That's definitely you ripping things that you shouldn't be ripping. Just gently brush some teal back into there. He's found a squeaker. That's the other thing Porthos likes to do with new toys, is find the squeakers and destroy them. Got a couple of little bits on the feet that haven't caught the paint because they've been sort of pressed into the putty on the painting handle, so perhaps taking him away from the painting handle for a little bit is a smart plan for a couple of reasons. Let's see if we can get some shading on that foot there. He's definitely pulling that apart. I can hear the fabric ripping. Squeaker, squeaker, squeaker. Yeah. Every time my mum buys Porthos a present, she says, "This one's definitely not got a squeaker in it. I checked." And every time she's wrong. Bless her, I appreciate that she tries. I've put the green in, and now I'm going to go back in with some more black. And then we're going to do the highlights. I think we actually want a little highlight sort of on the leg. Maybe about here. And then about here. I'm actually kind of using the light hitting the armor from my lamp to try and ascertain where this should be. See, this is what happens when you tear toys apart, Porthos. You start coughing. No one to blame but yourself. You've only had it about 5 minutes. Silly boy. He's going to be upset that he's destroyed it now, isn't he? As is the way. Yeah, so with just a tiny little highlight on the leg there. Sort of indicate that he is, like, the light is catching this leg as he's bending it. I think that works quite nicely. And we don't want to replicate exactly where the highlights are on the other leg, because obviously this is being lit differently. Oh, too much. Far too much. Fine, we'll try and spread it out a little bit. Because we want it here and here. And then what we'll do is we'll just... Oh, I've just realised what's causing me the problem here. I'm using the wrong size brush. I want Psycho for this. This is a very fine little detail. We want our smallest brush. Okay. I've overloaded it though. There we go. A little better. Put that there. We want one here. Maybe a little bit there. Don't want too much over here because that's really in shadow. We want a lot over here. We want to take the highlight on this side as far over as we can, really. There we go. And there. It's not as much. put a little highlight here. I can keep my fingers out of the way. Yeah, that's not where I wanted it. But it's fine. So we'll go in with some of the watered down black. And we'll just blend it back in. And we'll try again. Too much paint. Oh, still not done it right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and correct it, and then I'll go back with some of the black. Get rid of the bit I don't want. There we go. That's what I wanted. We'll put a little bit of green in there too. And then we'll take extremely thin turquoise. Bring it back down a bit. Oop. Sorry, hitting the microphone with my brush there. There we go. I'm liking this. I'm thinking this is working. This is working kind of how I wanted it to. We'll take that as a win.
Get nice and moist for me, won't you?
Odd hell, thank you for the posture check, stretch and hydrate. And as Porthos has decided to leave his bed, we'll just put him down for a second. I have already hydrated. Got the posture check and the stretch. Do on camera. Oof. Sorry, the head pain is making me a little woozy. And it's cold out today, so Slow has turned the heating up, so that's probably gonna have a bit of an adverse effect on me. So I'm sorry if things go a little flat, as it were. Just going to darken that down a little bit. And now I'm adding some watered down green to that area, just to break up the darkness of the black a little bit. Modhel, thank you for the treat for Porthos and the treat for me. I will deal with those momentarily. We'll have a little bit of the base teal back in there as well, because I feel like we've lost a lot of that. Oh, Porthos has disappeared downstairs, so there you go. I quite like that. I think that looks alright. Got more shadow on the back side there, where there would be more shadow. I'm gonna add some green into that because I feel like it's a little bit too black at the moment. Not enough green in it. That's the dog back. I can hear him thundering up the stairs. Treat for the Crimbo Himbo and for his caretaker. Well, I will deal with the Crimbo Himbos first. Hey, no worries, Modhel. And thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. The treat for Porthos. I can hear you, but I can't. Ah, there you are. Porthos, come this side, baby. Can you come up? Can they see? No, they can't. Please excuse the absolute mess. Up, up. Porthos. Up. There he is. Behind all the tech. Oh god, my hair is such a state. Give me a second, folks. I'm just gonna fix that. Got this awful sort of Boris Johnson thing going on right now, and I cannot abide by that at all. Because my hair goes really foofy straight after I wash it when it dries naturally. And I stuck my headphones on as soon as my hair was dry enough for me to do that. So it's just sort of foofed around the headphones. Made it look really weird. And the treat for me, thank you again for that, Modhel, will be... No, you can't eat these, sweetheart, they'll make you poorly. It's a straw. Thank you very much. Forgive me, folks. I am in quite a fair bit of discomfort right now. Fair play, Modhel. Okay. So let's see about getting these highlights on the right leg finished. Oh, with the headache stuff, by the way, it's not a light or a sound sensitivity issue. So if people do want to put slightly more intense music in the jukebox, you're welcome to do so. Oh wait, I don't need to put a highlight there. Silly me. I will, Modhel, I promise. My problem is it's more deferred pain from my neck, and there's not really anything I can do about it. Because the neck pain itself is gone. And the only time I have any real issues with it now is if I touch the point on my neck where the trapped nerve is. But it's still causing other residual issues. But thank you for the concern. I do appreciate it. The fact that folks in the community are concerned about my well-being is very humbling. It really is. I do try and take care of myself, I promise. I'm not very good at it all the time, but I try. That's exactly what it is, Modhelm. So I found out after a week of being in so much pain. Like, I was having electric shock type headaches. And I couldn't move my neck. And I found out after a week of that that when you trap your occipital nerve, which is a nerve that runs right through the neck and up to sort of the base of the skull, just behind the ear, when you trap your occipital nerve, it causes something called occipital neuralgia, which is basically headaches because your occipital nerve sucks. So I was getting these weird headaches that I'd never experienced before. I was having all this neck pain. I couldn't move my head properly. It was making me really tired. It was stopping me from sleeping, which was making me more tired. Merry Chrysler SK, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. And honestly, as much as it's uncomfortable right now, this is the least pain I've been in for a little while, so I'll take it over the alternative. I think Cyborg phrased it best. He said it was neck sciatica, which is a really good way of describing it. Because it is basically the same as the pain that you get when you trap your sciatic nerve. Or when your sciatic nerve decides to be an arsehole. Okay. I think that's the highlights on that bit done. Still need to get some more highlights going on the foot though. So get those done. And then we'll go in and tidy those up because we've just tidied up the ones at the top of the foot armour. Ooh, that's a bit much. Neck is a surprisingly busy highway for lots of important stuff and disturbingly easy to mess up with our modern habits, yeah. The most annoying thing about it, Modhail, is that I trapped the nerve in my sleep. There's nothing I could have done about it. So I trapped it in my sleep, woke up in agony, and things just sort of cascaded from there. But I discovered very quickly that the chair that I'm currently sitting in was a big part of the problem. So I've got a new chair for gaming and working in. This one is fine for painting in because I don't use the back support on it when I'm painting anyway. Not that there's much back support to be had. But the new one has an adjustable back. It comes with a extra like cushion that you can use for additional neck support if you need it. All that kind of thing. So it's a much better office chair. And considering how much time I spend in my chair these days, seems like a good investment. I really like that little highlight on the top of his shoe there. I think that looks really nice. I'm quite pleased with that. I'm actually gonna go in with the mid-tone highlight and pick a little bit of it out. Yeah, there we go. And let's get a light in there as well. Just in the middle, I think. Yeah, lovely. Look at that. Look at that. That'll do nice. That will. Still got a bit of tidying up to do. Tidy that up there, because that's a bit much. Got a little bit too much there as well. And then we'll go back in with some green. So my tidying up highlights process is watered down black, watered down green, and then very heavily watered down turquoise or teal over the highlight itself to just sort of blend it into its surroundings a bit more. It doesn't make a massive difference, but it makes enough of a difference in my mind that it's worth doing. Just to keep everything cohesive. You might be able to see that a little bit more here, where we've got these very, very bright highlights. I do need to go back over the edge of this one with the black though, because we've got far too much highlight there. And it's right next to teal, needs to be next to black. Need a bit more watered down black. I've run out of watered down black. As a reminder, and for those that weren't in when I explained it earlier, the technique that I am doing here is kind of a play on the non-metallic metals technique. And for non-metallic metals to work, you need to have your darkest colour, which in my case is black, right next to your brightest colour, and that's what gives you that sort of metallic highlight effect. Which is why when I'm tidying up a highlight, I go watered down black, watered down green, and then a little bit of teal at the end, just to bring things back up to where they were meant to be originally. So I'm actually, instead of highlighting the fold here, what I'm going to do is just bring it up with some teal. I don't feel like it needs a proper, air quotes, highlight. I feel like it needs to be brighter than the surrounding area. Welcome back, Ian. There we go. I think that's the legs done. And I think they look quite nice. I think we need a little bit more highlight on this foot, actually. Let's do that. So all I've done there is just run the brush across the side of the foot. Intention being that the paint just catches on anything that sticks out more than anything else. Get a little bit there too. But that way the mini's kind of highlighting itself. Now that I've got that, I can go in with the brighter highlights. And use where the paint has landed as a guideline for where I want the brighter highlights to be. I mean, some of these we won't see because they'll be covered by the base. But it's important to do them anyway. Had a shower and food. Good. Jurassic Park theme's not on. That can't be right. Theme from Jurassic Park by John Williams. Add to queue. There we go. I'm actually going to leave that like that as well. I'm not going to mute those down at all because I think that looks really nice the way it is. And that's the darkest highlight and the mid-tone highlight that I've got there. Gonna tidy this one up a little bit. Got a paint fleck on there then. Stuffing had bits of sausage in it. Nice. There we go. It's better. I really do quite like that. I think it looks quite nice. I'm really struggling to get the right kind of highlight on the base of the leg armor though. I'm after a certain kind of look and it's no, I think I've got it there. That's quite nice. I've just taken a little bit of my darkest highlight and watered it down a lot. Let's see if I can. Ooh. That's way too much. Make it less of a line because it looks a little bit too perfect at the moment and it's bugging me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a blob and then I'm going to go back over it with the other colours. This is an iconic tune. That's better. It's not quite so perfect now. I think the perfection of it was what was bothering me. Like it just seemed too clean. It's a dinosaur. Clock the T-Rex at 32 miles an hour. I did one of my Christmas traditions this morning when I woke up. So I wasn't feeling very well. I woke up in quite a fair bit of pain and feeling like I hadn't really rested all that well. So I went downstairs and I got on the couch with Porthos and I got comfy. And I put Muppet Treasure Island on. Muppet Treasure Island is a film that I watch every Christmas without fail. And I always watch it before I watch a Muppet Christmas Carol as well. because as much as Muppet Christmas Carol is set at Christmas and is a Christmas Carol, I genuinely feel like Muppet Treasure Island is more of a Christmas film for me. Because it was always on TV at Christmas when I was a kid. Okay. Good news, everyone. We can attach him to his base. Fucking finally. So, I'm going to talk you folks through the base a little bit. This is not the base that he came with. This is a spare base that I had. Which is the correct size for the bell jar that he's going to live in. The bell jar is no longer on my desk because Porthos nearly shattered it the other day when he was playing with Slow. And has actually cracked the glass on the bell jar and I can't replace it, so I'm keeping it well out of the way for safety's sake until I'm ready to actually use it. Yeah, he doesn't pay attention to the fact that there are, tables and things in his path when he's overexcited, and he will just run into things. It's like he's completely blinkered when he's playing. And you can see I already painted my little tree stump and my mushrooms. So the tree stump is a resin tree stump that I got from Green Stuff World ages and ages and ages ago. We've already been through the fact that I will not be actively supporting Green Stuff World because they have been stealing photographs of other people's painted miniatures and passing them off as their own. But that's where I got it from. And the little mushrooms were actually supplied by Modhail as part of a big bag of stuff for my Turnip 28 miniatures. But these ones were the perfect size to go on this tree stump and look realistic. So I painted up the tree stump, having already attached all the little mushrooms. And then I went online and I looked up like a catalogue of different forest fungi and found 3 different kinds of fungus that I thought were very pretty. And that I thought would look nice on this base. And I painted these up to match those actual real world fungus. And I think they've come out quite nicely. They've got a fair amount of depth for being so small, because you can see how tiny these ones are. Look at some of them aren't even as long as as tall as my fingernail. See? So we've got them. We've also got a shield from an old Citadel basing kit. Because the Flower Knight doesn't carry a shield, he only carries a sword, so I thought it'd be interesting to have like a tattered shield on the ground. And you can also see that I've green stuffed this entire base and put some footprints in it. Really, Modhail? Oh, that's fantastic news. Okay, then maybe I can continue to purchase from them. It's unfortunate that Green Stuff World have such a nasty habit of making these fuck ups, but I like the fact that when they are brought to task over it, they do reevaluate, which is what they did with the situation when they sued somebody who was making YouTube videos over something that they shouldn't have really sued them over. They shouldn't have had to have had pressure put on them, though. They shouldn't have done something like that in the first place, and I don't condone it. But I'll keep an eye on that situation. Thank you for letting me know, Modhail. Yeah. So the plan is he's gonna go here. I think was the plan. Got to figure out where I put the footprints now. So I actually used his foot to make the footprints. Yeah, should be here. That's how he's supposed to go. There we go. So he's going to stand there, almost central on the base. And we're going to have snow. Did I pin him? No, I didn't. We're going to have snow all over the base, covering basically everything, including the little footprints, because I'll put the little footprints in.
Kanini shared. X2000, Merry Christmas from Santanani.
Kanini, thank you very much for the 2,000 bits. Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Illustrator based in Tokyo, fantastic. Very cool. Thank you so much, Kanini. That's very kind of you. Genuinely hope you're having a wonderful Christmas. Okay, so before I can attach him to the base, I need to pin him. This is going to be very difficult because his feet are quite delicate, quite thin, as you can see. So really the sensible thing to do is to pin this foot here so that I can drill up into the leg. But even then, his ankles are very thin, so doing that's going to be difficult too. We don't need to go too far, just far enough that he's got some support when he's attached to the base. Really what I'd like to do is pin him with this foot, because then I can put the pin in the recess in...
Get nice and moist for me, won't you?
Topo, thank you for the hydrate. In the recess in this footprint here. And for the posture check and the stretch. I'll do those now. Parkway Drive fan, thank you very much for following. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful festive season. You lovely folks watching. Hi there. You lovely folks watching. Obviously, for me, the meat mecha maintenance is mandatory. For you folks, however, it's just actively encouraged. Ooh. Okay, so where do we want to pin this boy? No, I really do want to put the pinpoint here. This feels like the better place to put it. So what I need to do is find my drill, which I've not needed since we moved in here, so I've got to find it in all my tools. Ah, I think I've just spotted it. Drill. It's seen better days. Oh. Well, Master Shaki, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful festive season. So, here goes nothing. Oh.
Hello there.
Greetings from Malaysia. Wow. Greetings from Scotland. I don't know what festivities at this time of year are like in Malaysia. So this isn't going to look very interesting on stream, and I'm sorry about that, but because of the nature of what I'm drilling and where it is, I have to be very gentle. And I've got to support the foot as much as possible. Let's see how far that goes in. Another thing I've got to be very careful about is I'm used to drilling plastic miniatures and metal miniatures. This guy's resin. He's a very early photo resin, in fact. Back from sort of the 2010, maybe 2011. It's celebrating Christmas even if it's flooding season for us. Oh heck, flooding season. Well, I hope you and yours are all okay and safe, and that the flooding hasn't, no pun intended, dampened your festivities too much. Okay, that may be enough. I'm used to this taking a lot longer because I pinned so many old metal minis. Go a little bit further just to be safe. There we go. That should be alright. Just make sure there's nothing left in the hole. So you can see in the bottom of his foot there, we've got a nice clear hole that we're then going to put some jeweler's wire in, probably, or a paper clip if I can find my paper clips. Both are perfectly acceptable to use. Paper clips tend to be easier to get hold of in my experience, so probably a better bet. Ah, here we go. We're not going to use either. I suppose if you have a flooding season at this time of year every year, that you're sort of prepped for potential flooding. But I hope you've all been as safe as can be in a situation like that. Because I know flooding can be quite dangerous if it's particularly bad. So what we're actually going to use instead of jeweler's wire or a paper clip is one of these little eyelet pins. These are often used for making earrings and for other sort of jewellery and craft type activities. You'll probably be quite familiar with these kind of things if you've ever had a phone charm, because this is a variant on the thing that you would see sticking out of the top of your phone charm that attaches it to the little bit of string or whatever to attach it to your phone. But they are the perfect size for mini pinning. And they're really easy to snip. How's the stream going? The stream is going great, thank you very much. We've made quite a fair bit of progress already on the miniature I'm working on, which is nice. I'll give you a proper preview of him in a second. No, I don't need to shake my glue. I'm going to be using super glue for this because I'm using it's a resin miniature and metal pin. My favourite super glue to use for stuff like this is Gorilla Glue, and I like this little brush and nozzle setup because if I'm doing something that requires more glue, I can use the nozzle. But if I want to be really precise about where I'm applying it, let's use the brush. Which is exactly what I'm going to do right now. So we'll just apply a little super glue to the end of the pin. We'll insert that into the hole we've made, and we're going to wait for that to dry. Now, another reason I really like Gorilla Super Glue is that it dries fairly quickly, so we're going to leave him for a little bit, and I'll just show him off to everybody. So we are working on the Kingdom Death Flower Knight. This is one of the original run of the Flower Knight from pre-Kingdom Death Monster. It's an early photo resin miniature. And contrary to the way he's supposed to be painted, because I have two of him. I have one from Kingdom Death Monster, and I have the original version here. This one is going on a larger base with some extra little elements, like this little tree stump with some mushrooms and this shield. And he's going to live in a bell jar. I have a bell jar that is the exact same size internally as this base, and that's where he's going to live once he's painted. I've gone for a very heavily Green Knight inspired colour scheme. When I say Green Knight, I mean as in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. It was a movie last year, I think, of it, and the Green Knight design in that is very, very good. So this is the Flower Knight. He is one of the many enemies you can come across in Kingdom Death. And he is a bit of an interesting miniature for me because he is the miniature that got me into Kingdom Death in the first place. And this I've had for about a decade. I've been too terrified to paint it that entire time and have recently plucked up the courage to do so. And I've been learning a lot of new techniques so that I can paint him to the standard that I want to paint him to as well. So the paintwork that I've done here on the back of his armour, I'll just bring him a little closer. You can see that a bit more clearly. And what I've been doing on his legs today as well is kind of a riff on the concept of non-metallic metals. So with non-metallic metals, you paint something that looks like it's made of metal, but using pigments that don't have any metallic flecks in them. And the trick to it, as I have learnt, is to have your lightest colour, your highlight colour essentially, next to your darkest colour, and that is what gives it that sort of metallic sheen. But because I'm doing it using these more Green Knight inspired colours, it doesn't work quite the same. So I'm sort of blazing my own trail here and going my own way. Seen a lot of them at the Battletech Discord servers. My partner is big into Battletech. He actually got a Battletech box set for Christmas from my auntie, which was very kind of her. He wants me to get into it as well, but I have a huge shelf full of things that I haven't yet painted, so it feels like getting into another thing might be a dangerous idea. Battletech lore videos and stuff like that about the universe, and it seems like a really interesting universe, really fascinating. I'm just reticent to buy more plastic that I've got to paint, you know? But one day I'll probably get into it because I am a big mech fan. I've got quite a fair few Gunpla kits that I've assembled. I have a partially finished custom Gunpla kit that I really should get on with at some point. We've got a little bit of excess glue on his foot there, so I'm just going to clear that off so that when we attach him to the base, it's nice and even. And give that a wiggle. Yeah, that's getting to a point where we should be able to snip it soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check whereabouts I put that. And then we're going to make the hole in the base for it. So it wants to be about here. This should be a little bit easier. A lot easier, in fact. I'm already through. Oop, sorry, Knight. Yeah, Kingdom Death is a very, very interesting setting. If you like things like Berserk and Dark Souls in terms of the design aesthetic, then it's probably going to be quite up your street. Unfortunately, it's also prohibitively expensive. So I'm going to trim it here because I'm a little bit worried about it coming out. And we can always trim the excess off from underneath the base. We'll do a quick dry fit to make sure that he goes in okay. Lovely. Tilt him forward a bit. Yeah, we're going to have to tilt him forward a little bit. So what I'll do is I'll build up some green stuff underneath his foot there. I think. We don't want him to be... it might be alright, actually. I'm looking at how far he leans back, and I'm not comfortable with it. We want him to be... because he's stepping forward, so we want him to be leaning forward, really. Oh, the pins come out. That's fine. How about if we... no. I think all I've done is I've put a little too much green stuff here when I was doing the base work, and I didn't check. Okay. Let's see if we can get that back in before the glue dries completely. Yeah, that should be okay. So we'll leave him for a bit longer, and we'll think about this. I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to have him leaning. Can we make the lean a little bit less obvious? I think that's about as good as we're going to get without having to remove some green stuff. And that looks okay. It looks like he's sort of adjusting himself as he walks to accommodate for the change in the height of the ground. So I think that'll work. Get a little bit of glue. I don't mind so much about getting super glue all over the place on the base right now, because we're not going to see it later anyway. I'm going to quickly, and I know you can't see me doing this, but it's the easiest way for me to do it. Trim that pin so that I can do this without moving him too much. There we go. And now I'm going to wait a little bit while that dries. Just tilt him that way a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, and while we're waiting, I'll bring him back into focus for you. Along with my very messy painting desk. Really want to paint miniatures. If I have some skill, and speaking of Gunpla, I bought and built the IBO Schwalbe custom. Awesome! I still haven't finished watching IBO. I really should. I was really enjoying it, but we went through a bit of a rough patch where everything was just very stressful, and IBO is not a happy show. So I never got around to finishing it. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't worry too much about skill when it comes to painting miniatures. What's really important is that you enjoy doing it. So one of the reasons I started painting on stream is because I wasn't painting a lot, and I wanted to try and get more painting time in. But the main reason I started painting on stream is because I saw all these people saying, "Oh, I wish I could paint like this person," or "Oh, I'd paint, but I'll never be anywhere near as good as that person over there." Because they were seeing all these mini painters on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter who are professional quality painters. And for somebody that doesn't paint a lot or is new to miniature painting, that can be very, very intimidating. I mean, it put me off painting for a long time, seeing how well other people painted and knowing that I was never going to get to that kind of level. But I hit a point a few years back where I went, you know what? It doesn't matter if my painting's not very good. If I'm having fun and I'm loving what I do, that's all that really matters. I kind of take the Mr. Rogers approach to miniatures painting, in that you're the only person that's ever going to make something the way you specifically make it. And that is a very powerful thing. And the people that post their stuff on Instagram and places like that, they've been doing this for years. And a lot of them do it professionally. Yeah, you're never going to be them. But why be somebody else when you can be you? I have no idea what I'm doing 90% of the time when it comes to painting a miniature. I just sort of give it a go and hope for the best. And when it works out, it works out. But folks that have been members of the community for a while have seen how badly it cannot work out sometimes. And I think it's really important to share the failures as much as it is to share the successes when it comes to miniature painting. Because you only ever see the successes on somewhere like Instagram. You don't see that people have to stumble, fall, fail to get to a point where they're that kind of professional. And I think it can be really, really beneficial to see somebody failing in real time in that regard. Planning to make an Age of Sigmar Chaos Plague Knight art design for my community to make them as miniatures. Oh, that'd be really cool. I like that idea. And I did Teal custom paint on my Gelgoog, so I'm not sure I can paint smaller scales. I'm sure you can. I've painted all sorts of different scales. So the biggest thing I've done anything on was I think probably my SD Neo Xeon, because I painted all of the stuff on that instead of using the stickers. But in terms of specifically Gunpla, I've also painted all of the details on cup noodle Gunpla kits, which was a lot of fun. I really like my cup noodle Gunpla. I want to get some more. It can be a difficult transition to figure out how to translate your art style from a larger piece to a smaller piece. But the thing is, there's a bunch of miniatures that are those larger scales as well. So you could, in theory, stick to the same scale that you're comfortable with and just move into a different space quite easily. But yeah, I think you can do it. I believe in you. Also, teal custom paint on a Gelgoog is a fucking fantastic idea. Well done. Would love to see that. One thing I quite like about painting smaller scale miniatures is, with a couple of exceptions, they tend to be a bit more forgiving than painting something that's larger scale, because there's less visible details. See what I mean? And as well, because it's smaller, you're using smaller brushes, less likely to have large visible brush strokes. I mean, if you've got an airbrush, that's not an issue anyway, but I don't have an airbrush, so I do everything the old-fashioned way. Bloody messy since I'm using Gundam markers. Ah, I see. Yeah, I can imagine. I've always wanted to try Gundam markers, but they're really hard to get in the UK. And when you can find them, they're generally quite expensive. But I think they'd be quite fun to use, and I'd like to see how they fare on a miniature as well. Like on not this miniature specifically, but on something of that variety. Oh yeah, folks, I don't know if I showed you this. After I became a Hero Forge affiliate, I popped on and was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get myself a couple of miniatures, just a couple, and I made a little me. There, no, there. I made a little me, and I've designed it in such a way that I should be able to put one of my very small Warhammer Epic miniatures into their hand so that they're actually painting something as well. Hopefully. Thank you, Modhail, for bringing up the Hero Forge affiliate link for me there. It's very kind of you. It's a teachable or learnable skill. Lots of stuff to find on YouTube for it, and lots of knowledge in the chat here too. Yeah, definitely. Go here, help hobby and build cool minis. Thank you, Modhail. Yeah. There's a lot of mini painters and other kinds of creative, in fact, in this community, and all of them are very happy to assist when somebody expresses an interest in miniature painting or whatever it is that they themselves are particularly interested in. Modhail, for example, knows, I'm pretty sure, everything there is to know about 3D printing. He's been an absolute font of information for me, much appreciated. Absolutely invaluable. You know what I've done? I've put glue on the pin and not on his other foot. I'm wondering why he's wobbly. Silly me. Just gonna very carefully lift his foot up and put some glue underneath it. Oh god, that stuff's strong. I'm the Hero Forge guy. Kian is very definitely the Hero Forge guy. Okay, yeah, that looks good. He doesn't look too wonk. Don't think. We'll just pop him back there for a sec. Oh, really, Kian? That's amazing. Nice one. I know enough to force a printer into compliance, still far from an expert, though. Oh, I think you sell yourself short there, Modhail. Kian is a Hero Forge wizard. It's a blind box of Blood Angels set, and if I ever get the Terminator armor, I might. Painting the visor. Oh, yes. I love little stuff like that. One of my favourite things that I've painted recently that I'd never had the opportunity to try painting something like it before was a potion bottle. And trying to figure out how to get like the reflection of light in it, but also sort of a hint that there was a miniature behind it and also liquid inside it was really, really fun. I don't think I've done the best job at that. I can't show you it, unfortunately. I don't have it to hand. But it was a lot of fun to try, and I love experimenting with things like that. And one of the nice things about painting a miniature, especially if it's like a metal miniature, is that if it goes horribly, horribly wrong, you can always just remove the paint and try again. There are means of doing that with plastic miniatures and resin miniatures as well. You just got to make sure you're using the right kind of paint remover, otherwise you'll melt the mini. Small brush and a steady hand. Trick to get your hands more steady is to put your wrists or ring pinky fingers together, your elbows on the table. This creates a very stable A-frame. Oh, neat, Mod Hell. I didn't know that. I mean, I'm a very shaky person in general, so I've found my own ways of balancing when it comes to that kind of thing. But that's a really good tip. Thank you very much. Recipes on Google Docs if you want it. Awesome, Kian. Feel free to share that in the Discord if you haven't already. Saturday Mark 1 is pretty armor. I will take your word for it. I don't pay a massive amount of attention to that side of things. I'm terrible. I should pay more attention. It's hard to keep everything in my head though, especially when my head hurts. On that note, I'm going to have a quick drink while we wait for the glue to dry. Oh. And try and cool my temples down a little bit. I mean, the pain isn't there, but... Oh. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a nice Christmas. Or has had a nice Christmas, depending on time zones, I suppose. Diorama is GW trying to forget what they did back in the 70s. Ah, I see. Ah, thank you, Montel. Oh, wow. That's some big shoulders. Some very big shoulders. Most impressive. Modern 3D printable ones. Let's have a look. They are chunky fellas, aren't they? Very nice. Fella with the claws in the corner as well. Nice. What time are we up to? 3 o'clock. Yeah, I think I probably will end up ending the stream a little earlier than I'd originally intended, because my head hurting as much as it is really putting the damper on things. Kind of fit for my world building. Oh, please, enlighten us. Oh, let's have a look at the Jez Goodwin art. I do love a bit of Jez Goodwin. Oh, wow. Lovely. Really, that's a very powerful looking suit of armor. Somebody that wears that kind of armor, you know they're not afraid of anything. Hey, Sketches! Merry Christmas. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Tell that to the Iron Warriors. Almost like a certain knitted hat, indeed, Modhail. I think, actually, what I might try and do is we might have like an extended break period. Maybe in an hour. Maybe a little before that, actually. So that I can go outside and get some fresh air, take Porthos for a little walk and stuff. Because with not being very well recently, I've been cooped up in the house. Sticky. Oh, Sketches, thank you very much for the treat for me. It will be Busy Cherries. Thank you very much. Yeah, with being cooped up in the house, Porthos and I haven't been outside very much because I've not been very well. I've not been well enough to walk him or anything. He's currently being very cute and sleeping on his bed in the hallway. Hello, Rust. Happy holidays. I hope you're doing well today. And I hope you're having a lovely day. So yeah, I might bit tired, but on the whole okay. I'm glad you're doing okay. And I hope you can have a restful rest of your day to help balance out the tiredness a bit. Yeah. So what I might do is put us on like a little extended BRB, go and get some fresh air, have a little walk. Put some deep freeze on my neck. That kind of thing. We heard from Unity at all in the last wee while. Worried about them and Sin. No, I've not heard from Unity. I don't know if Snipe and Whip have. Hello again, Steen. Go down to my sister to see her and my nephew was lovely. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad you had a good time. Oh, thank you very much, Steen. We've finished painting his legs. I should, if I'm going to do that, I should adjust the focus so you can actually see him again. There we go. So we've finished painting his legs. I think they're looking quite good. We have stuck him to his base and are now just waiting for him to be actually stuck so that we can carry on. Oh, thank you very much, Steen. I'll put him here. He can watch you. He's silently judging. Yeah, I'm just sort of figuring out what I'm gonna do, stream wise, because I'm going to need to take a break, because of my neck. Pity I don't have a clip reel, because I could just leave the Christmas music running, clip reel, and let you folks enjoy some clips for a little bit while I pop away for an extended break. I might just leave it in BRB and let you folks have the run of the jukebox though. And I hope folks don't mind me doing that as well. We'll mind the place. Oh, bless you. Don't you worry. Oh, thank you, Steen. If you can find the biscuits, you're welcome to them. Thank you. Yeah, I might actually do it now, while this is still drying, because it gives him time to dry so that we can carry on when I come back as well. Means that we're not just sort of faffing about for a little bit. Listening to Red Flags by Tom Cardy almost non-stop since the day before yesterday, and I don't know if this makes me a bad person or not. No, Tom Cardy's stuff is really funny. I know, Kian, I know. Trust us, mob of gremlins. Surprisingly, I do actually trust you lot. You're good beans. You're good beans. Okay. What I'll do then is I'm going to pop away for a little bit. We'll give him some time to dry, and I'm gonna take P for a little walk. So I'll be back in half an hour or so, I'd say. It's the best song that I can't show to my friends. Yeah, I get that, Rust. So I'll pop us into the BRB. You should still be able to hear me. I'm going to put a little alert on the screen to say that I'm going to be gone for a little bit longer. And I'll be back as soon as I can after I've had a bit of a breather and got away from my desk for a bit. Okay? Please feel free to put some tunes in the jukebox if you want to. Christmassy or otherwise, whatever you'd prefer to listen to today. And I'll be with you again shortly.
Destroyo underscore has been a sub for 32 months. Very naughty. Merry Christmas everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm back. Hi Porthos. Porthos is very happy he's been for a walk. It did rain while we were out though, so he's now damp. And I fumbled my phone as I was coming back into the house, so you know my lovely 4-scale fingernail? Yeah,
Nice and moist for me,
cracked
won't
it. Really proud of how long my nails had grown. I just cracked that one completely, like right down to the quick. Now it's all uneven, it's going to bug me. Thank you, everybody. And Torpor, thank you for the hydrate. Hope you had a nice time while I was out getting some air. I am feeling much better now. My neck still hurts though, so I'm just going to pop some deep freeze on before we get back to painting. Hopefully that helps. Ooh. It's actually made me go a little woozy. I was trying to think why the lighting felt wrong. That's better. Okay. Yeah. Turns out some fresh air was just the ticket to make my head feel a bit better. Let's see how our boy's doing. The glue is looking considerably more dry than it was before. I recognise this tune already. That's our Alex, that is. Oh, it's kicking my desk. You know what? Probably gonna spell this wrong. Let's see if I manage to get the right person. Yes, haha. If you're not already following Alex, you really should. Fantastic musician and lovely person in general, and a great streamer. I've heard a lot of this tune, Steen. I'm very used to it now. I was just like, yep, that's Alex, that is. I know that tune. Okay. Yeah. So we've got a little bit that's still sticky around the base of the foot. But that's fine. So, next steps. Get some fresh putty, I think. See if I can reuse this actually. So, my painting handle, I don't use a Citadel painting handle because they are very uncomfortable for me. I have arthritis. And as a result, the painting handles just, they make my joints seize up. So what I use instead is this Redgrass Games painting handle, which has been absolutely amazing for me. You affix your miniatures by attaching them to the putty. This actually comes off as well, so you can have multiple minis on the go at once quite easily. But the reason it's good for me is because it's actually ergonomically shaped, so I can hold it in my hand like this, and I can turn the mini on the handle without having to adjust my hand positioning, which when I'm painting some miniatures is very, very useful. He's tilted a little bit while I've been away, but that's alright, he should be fine. Yeah, be alright. Okay, so I don't think it's a good idea to do anything with the base right now. Because there's still some wet glue there. But we've got a couple of things on the torso that we can look at, so I'm thinking we start working on the upper body. Let's make sure we get the focus right. Is that correct for you? Yeah, I think so. Oof. Oh yeah, the deep freeze is kicking in nicely. Okay. So we've got a lot of details here. I still haven't figured out what colour to do these straps. That nail's really going to bug me. I don't know. I think what I'll do is not talk into the back of the microphone because that's not very helpful for you folks. I think what I'll do is try and work on getting this kind of texture going on the rest of the torso, and then we'll figure out what colour to paint the straps. So we need, I think just the detail brush will be fine for this for now. I'm going to start with the bottom of the chest plate. Get some black and water it down because we've run out of watered down black again. And the black I'm using is Army Painter's Whole Black. But any black pigment will do, you know? If you've got a preferred black pigment, then you use that. So we want a lot of shadow under here because we've obviously got this jutting out piece. As a 3D thing, it's already naturally kind of got those shadows in place when light hits it, but the idea is that we're supposed to actually create those shadows on the miniature itself. Okay, no. Detail is a bit too big, we want the insane detail, which is proving to be very, very useful for this whole miniature, really. Also, I know I said hello to Wisecrack because I saw the messages in the chat when I popped in just to check on everybody, make sure everyone was doing okay. But if anybody else popped in before that and I didn't see them, welcome on into you. I am sorry I wasn't here when you turned up. Really needed a breather. Oop, punch in the microphone. Just trying to get a little bit more light on his front for you folks so you can see a bit more clearly what I'm doing. I think that works. Yeah, shadows are starting to match up with what we've got on the back of the plate now as well, which is good. Obviously, we'll want to get some highlights in there eventually, but for now, just getting those shadows right is good enough. I am going to have to go and fish the putty out though, because he just does not want to stay on there. Where have I put my spare putty? In one of these boxes. Not that one. I had a whole system for organising all this kind of stuff before I moved house, and oh no. Okay. Okay. This is untenable. The lamp is going to have to move back to where it was before because it's not safe like that. Do this perhaps. Perhaps that will give you enough light and I'll still have access to stuff. This one maybe? Only got 5 little boxes that it could be. It's going to be in the last one I check, isn't it? Or it's not going to be in any of them. Ah, here we go. Along with my spare caps. I've actually been using that single piece of putty since I got the painting handle, which was about a year ago, so it's lasted really well. So here's the putty. Looks a little bit like a really big piece of chewing gum. I think it's time to just say goodbye to this, because it's kind of crumbly as well, which is not how the putty's supposed to be. There we go. Thank you, putty. You have served me well. Okay, should be a little bit more sturdy now. I am sat extremely wonky at my desk, so I've had to adjust my camera as a result. But this is what's comfortable right now, so. Okay. Where were we? We're over here. That's right. We've got a bend in the armour at the front here as well. So we definitely want that highlighting. Oh, it's already at maximum brightness. I'm trying to figure out how best to make it so that you folks can actually see what's going on, and it's really difficult. Perhaps like that. That's a little better. The thing that made me very nervous about these kind of painting techniques when I first started learning how to do them, which wasn't that long ago, admittedly, was that everything has to look worse before it can look better. So it's like the mid steps in these techniques is literally making the miniature look more ugly, so that you can then make it look pretty. Which was just a bit nerve-wracking for me initially, and I'm sure it is for a lot of people when they're learning how to do non-metallic metals or true metallic metals or anything like that. It's the same with OSL, object source lighting. I did red OSL once, and right up until the end, it just looked like I'd spilt tomato soup on the miniature. It's terrifying. So I'm just gonna put the watered down black all over that piece and then wipe off a bit of it. Do the same on this side too. Unless I don't need to, which apparently I don't with that one. Okay. It's just gone exactly where I wanted it to the first time round. Always good. This one, again, not going where I want it to. Typical, whenever you've got something that you need to match on both sides, there's always going to be one side that just refuses to comply. Didn't mean to get that there. I'm trying to get the watered down black around the rivets on the helmet, because they're going to have highlights on them. think I know where I'm putting the highlight on the helmet now. Let's zoom in a little bit. That should give you a much better view of what's going on. So we're trying to match the shadows up with what we painted a few weeks back now, so that everything comes together sort of seamlessly when you turn the mini around. And you can see that the twist on this painting handle is coming in very, very useful right now. Okay. So once we'd unpacked a few things here, we set up one of Porthos's beds, the one that used to be in Slow's office, in the hallway, like on the landing. And the way our house is laid out, we've got the bedroom and Slow's office on one side of the landing. Landing's kind of a angular semicircle, for want of a better description. So we've got the bedroom and Slow's office on one side, and my office and the bathroom on the other side. And Porthos's bed is sat on the back wall, between two sides. And he really likes sleeping on that bed when me and Slow are both in our offices, because it means he can keep an eye on us both at the same time. It's really quite cute. That has very quickly become his favourite bed. It also means he can keep an eye on the front door, which he likes to do. Perfect vantage point for him. A little bit of Kwame as well. I'm guessing this was Steen. Another fantastic musician there, whose work you're experiencing right now. So if you're not already following Kwame, you really should. Lovely chill music. So what I'm going to do with the embellishments on the helm is highlight them all, and then I think we might add some different colours. Haven't decided what colours yet though. I might have a look at some different butterflies that are sort of teal in terms of their base colour, that lend themselves to this kind of colour palette, and see what kind of markings they have. Go from there. Because he's the flower knight, but the helm gives me like really big either butterfly or owl vibes. I do have an actual bug knight as well, Rust. I've got a dung beetle knight who is part of the same set, as it were. It's also a Kingdom Death mini. And I will paint him eventually. I already know what colour scheme I want to use. But I think I'll be using some pearlescent paints for it to make it a bit easier to do. Because a lot of beetles have this really wonderful iridescence to them. And I want to emulate that in the miniature when I get around to painting him. Okay, so I think that's all the shadows applied. He's got a little bit on his head to do. It really does feel quite strange to just be painting something black after painting it a different colour over black, but there are reasons for it. We need some more watered down green, because our green is looking a bit on the thick side. Oh no, I think I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that. Oh, that hurt. Like, one of the worst things about this neck/head problem is that every time I sneeze it hurts. And it hurts a lot. Oof. Hopefully my mute button worked though. If not, I'm very sorry because I just sneezed directly into the microphone. We need to go in on those highlights with a little bit of teal at some point because they are far too bright. They can wait for now. Probably do it when we actually get round to that point with the rest of the torso, actually. We're here to judge, she would have already done so. What's that in regards to, sorry?
Hello there.
Fart Bubbler, hello. Happy holidays. I hope you're doing well today. Hope you're having a good day. Glad to hear it. Oh, I see what you mean, Russ. Sorry, I misunderstood. It's fine. It takes me a little longer than usual to recover from sneezing, is all. Part of that is down to feeling sorry for myself, admittedly. I think because of the amount of detail on this part of the miniature, I'm gonna mix up my technique a little bit. And what I'm gonna do is, once I've done that, I'm just gonna gently brush over everything with the base color to pick out the highlights. And then I'm gonna highlight over specific things within that. Because we've lost all of that teal because there's so much stuff going on in the chest plate. I won't get any cool presents. I have only had one present this year. Well, to open at Christmas from my auntie. She got me a very cool notebook, which is a reusable notebook, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing how that works. But that's kind of it for today for me. Sniper and Wib sent me a very tiny Darth Maul, who I love and who lives on my desk. Longfang bought me some video games, very few of which I've had the opportunity to play yet, so I feel a little guilty about that. And my mum paid off some legal fees that would have had me sent to court if I hadn't paid them off in time, which is why I didn't get anything from her. Because thankfully, frankly, her gift to me for Christmas this year was making sure I didn't get sued. So I'll take that. But yeah, that's it from me. What about you folks? Oh, I missed a bit. It really is, Steen. Like, if she hadn't done that, I'd have been in a very bad situation. So I don't begrudge her not getting me a physical gift in the fucking slightest. We are not going to highlight his crotch, because that would be weird. Oh, lovely, Steen. Sounds like quite the cozy Christmas hamper right there. Oh, excuse me. That took me by surprise. I said not to get me anything, but I'm happy with my new bed gear. Yeah, that's fair. I know you. I remember you saying that you had told them not to get you anything. Sorry about the little PC freeze there. That was my entire PC that locked up. Bodes well, doesn't it? Okay, where were we? Okay, so now we want to get some highlighting going. Not that much, too much. Actually, I'm using the wrong brush for this. All the highlighting on this needs to be done with the Psycho. Welcome back, Mudhale. Oh, congratulations. There's way too much paint on my brush. Better. I think the temperature in the room is getting to my paint a bit. It's getting a bit lumpy. It's getting too lumpy to be able to do what I want it to do, actually. That's really annoying. It's been raining for the last 2 days almost non-stop. It even started raining when we were out walking Porthos. So it's colder than it has been in a little bit here. Slows turn the heating up so that he doesn't get sick. But it's knackering my paint. It's fine. Actually, that's worked out okay. That's a bit much. It's fine. We'll tidy that up in a minute. Okay. Too much paint on my brush again. I'm getting clumsy. The further into the stream we get, the more clumsy I get. I like that. That's good. This one needs a little more, I think. Oops. Too much paint on my brush again. It's fine. Going with a bit more black. That'll do. Oh, Mum, thank you for the posture check. May you interior and give me a bell. You want to phone me, do you? Give me a moment. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Yes, I figured that was what you meant, Mum. Oh, bugger. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. I'll put us in BRB again. Again, the jukebox is open, so feel free to just pop some tunes in that you want to listen to. And I'm going to have a quick chat with my mum. As a reminder, this is the first Christmas I haven't spent with my mother ever. So it's important that I have a conversation with her at the very least. I'm back. Oh, dinner time. Enjoy your dinner, Steve. There we go. Yeah, Mum just wanted me to see my grandma, be able to wish her a happy Christmas. Thank you, everybody, for the welcome backs. Okay, where were we? We were highlighting. That's where we were. Thank you, Keen. It's going to be interesting to see how this all goes when he's got his arms on. May have to redo some of the highlighting once he's got arms. Oop, that were a big one. Okay. That actually looks pretty good, I think. Wasn't quite what I was intending for, but it's worked out nicely. a lot of toing and froing with techniques like this as well. Like you have to go back over everything 2 or 3 times before it's actually done. Which is, in a way, it's kind of cathartic. It's a sort of repetitive task. So it can be quite satisfying to do. But it can also be quite frustrating. Because you spend so much time just doing the same thing over and over again.
Hello there.
Larsena, hello. Ended up here because of a raid last night, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Vallejo, rebottled GW, army painter brushes. Sounds like me. I love the army painter brushes. And I am a any paint that works kind of person. Is it Seno or Sino? Just making sure I'm pronouncing your name right there. Happy holidays as well. I hope you're having a great day. Sen. Cool. Oh, happy holidays, Lord Seno. I wish it was a little cooler in this house. Favour Vallejo and use a fair bit of Turbo Dork. I've not used any Turbo Dork yet. I would really like to, but I kind of need to get rid of some of the offensive amount of paints I have first. When I had money to spare, I would just buy paints. And as a result, I've ended up with far too many paints to store because I've got all of these, and then I've got a paint rack full of paints over in the corner as well, which is where I keep the paints that I don't use as often. Fluorescence, I think the chrome effect is on the shelf as well.
Caffeine will kill you!
It is a Ko-fi alert or a coffee alert. I wish I'd got a way of like getting something in my activity feed for them. Thank you. I believe it was Fart Bubbler for the coffee donation. I don't know who it was that donated earlier as well, but thank you to them too. Honestly, up until today, it's so infrequent that I get any donations via coffee that I'd forgotten that I'd set that sound alert up for them. it really confused me before. I'm afraid I couldn't see what the message that went along with it was. I'll pop into coffee in a moment and take a look. Oh. No, too much paint on my brush. Still too much paint on my brush, what the heck? We can get the lights in at least. There we go. We'll go back over them with some black to cover up where there's not supposed to be a highlight. Fine. There we go. Better. Not perfect, but better. Just leave him there for a second. You're bouncing off, killing me. Ah, here we go. God 81. I think that's Penguin Sentinel. Yeah, Penguin Sentinel. There we go. Thank you, Fart Bubbler and Penguin Sentinel, for the donations via coffee. I am very, very sorry that it's taken me this long to thank you properly by name. The only way I can do it at the moment is via coffee on my phone. So, but your very generous donations will be going towards the PC fund, along with the donation that my aunt has very kindly given me as well. We're getting very, very close to me being in a position where I should feasibly be able to get the new PC in the January sales, which is great news. I'm still going to be doing the fundraiser 24-hour New Year's stream, just to see if we can get me a little bit closer. I don't want to fuck my credit rating up, having just moved house. But yeah, see how that goes. Yeah, thank you, folks. Really do appreciate it. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. I need to water that paint down a bit more. The temperature in the room is making my paint start to get claggy, which when you're trying to do something this fiddly is really not helpful. There we go. Go back over that with some black and green in a minute. In 2003, I worked at a hobby store. I remember this one teenage guy who'd lick his brush, but I didn't get that you should wipe it off first, so often had a rainbow on his lower lip. Yeah, I'm very much the same in that regard. I don't generally bother wiping the brush off. The paint's non-toxic, so it's not a major issue. When I'm in a hurry, I'm even less likely to actually wipe the brush off. You know, all I'm doing when I put the brush in my mouth is straightening the bristles back out. Especially with this brush. I find I have to do that sometimes. Purely because there's so few bristles on it. Just a little bit of pressure can be enough to splay them out too much. But there's been lunch times when I've been painting instead of having lunch. And I've had to rush straight into a meeting at work after my lunch break, and I've gone in with like black stripes on my lip. Nobody ever says anything. Either means they don't notice, or they don't dare say anything. Who knows which? Teenager picked it up from me. I see. Some at the store started off mocking me for it, but within a year we're all doing it as well. Yeah. When I first started painting miniatures, what happened was I met somebody at Japanese class. I did Japanese at night school while I was at uni, and one of the people that was doing that course with me, now one of my closest friends, but they came over and were like, "Hey, do you mind if I sit next to you?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So we sat next to each other, and they said that they played Warhammer, and they were going to Games Workshop after Japanese class had finished, because our local at the time had what they called Vets Night, and it was on the same day as our Japanese classes. So they asked if I wanted to come along, and I said, yeah, sure. And I grew up in a Hero Quest household. And me and my dad would, when we went into town at the weekends, we'd go and stand at the window of Games Workshop and look at the miniatures in the window. But we couldn't afford stuff like that, so we weren't, part of the Warhammer community, as it were. So I'd never really been in the store. I knew what it was, I knew where it was, and I was fascinated and enthralled by it, but didn't really partake. So I went along, and my friend started painting some drop pods, and they said, "Hey, do you want to help me? You can just put some base coat on these for me." I said, "Yeah, sure, that's fine." We're actually going to swap to the detail brush for what I'm about to do, because that'll be easier. And I start putting the black base coat on. Yeah. And I see them put a brush in their mouth, and I go, okay, I don't mind base coating your miniatures, but you're never going to get me doing that, because that's gross. Oh, how wrong I was. But at that point, I was still distinctly under the impression that I would never be painting my own miniatures either. And now I have an offensively large collection of unpainted plastic. So, you know. What do you need, my friend? What do you need? I think you need some midpoint highlights. Here. Let's give you a little clean, actually. It's better. So I'm going to put the midpoint highlights sort of on the very tips along the top edge, just a little bit. Like that. And then we'll go for the sort of brightest, the high point highlight. Just there. There. And I think here as well, actually. Just a little bit. Low point highlight across here. Ooh. And here. Scuppered that a little bit, but it's fine. Sorted. Foodning is about to start here. See you on the other side. Merry Christmas, Mod Hell. It's been lovely to have you here today.
Goodbye.
You take care. And you are most welcome, Mod Hell. As always. Okay, now we'll go for midpoint highlight. We want more midpoint highlight than anything else, I think. High point highlight there. Still need to do the back of these as well. A little bit of the base colour. What I'm going to end up doing with this bit, I think, because it's just such an awkward bit. Probably. Oh no, not you as well. Yeah, the heat is starting to wreck all my paints. Look at that. What a mess. I'm going to try. Getting a bit too cozy. It is indeed. My partner Slow doesn't cope too well with the cold, so he's turned the heating up. Put the heating advance on. Unfortunately, we are exact opposites where the temperature is concerned. Part of the reason I needed to go out for some air earlier is because Too hot in the house for me. This is far too hot for me. Okay, yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think that looks good. We'll do the same on the other side. So, midpoint highlight, just to break up what we've got there already. Actual highlight there. On here. Thank you, Fart Bubbler. It's very kind of you. Thought this was my Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean then. Less of that, thank you. Okay. Too much paint. Ooh. Okay. Oh no, far too much. Okay, I think we're getting there. Slowly. Kind of want bright highlight just here. Because there's like a beak point there, so it makes sense for that to be getting a lot of the light. Over the past year, I've taken to the grim dark style, so I don't do as much careful highlighting. Recently finished up a Chaos Knight and a War Dog. I'll have to do the other. Oh, cool. I am a little bit weird when it comes to the way I paint my miniatures. By most people's standards, anyway. I like to go with fairly subtle highlights normally. I like to make things colourful. Even if they're grimdark, I still try and make them sort of bright and unusual. And not out of some need to be different or anything like that. I just enjoy working with interesting colour palettes and giving things a different sort of spin to what you might normally see. Okay, so we can see where the curvature in the helm is, just here. So that's really where we want the highlight to be. Wants to be the highest point on the helm. This is an absolute mess, and that's fine. Because what I'm going to do is block in the bits I don't want to be highlight. Is black, and then we'll round it out with some green. I appreciate this is very difficult to actually see on the stream. Sorry about that. Trying to do this at an angle that will allow you folks to see it comfortably is an interesting challenge. So that is kind of half the fun of painting on stream, is not only am I learning a new technique, but I am learning how to paint that technique so someone else can see what I'm doing. There we go. I think we want some midpoint highlight sort of right in the center. Just here. Lovely. And we want some green here. And back there. And to finish it off, get some of the base colour back in. Because his armour's supposed to be teal, so if we leave it all green and black, then it's going to look really funny. There we go. Much better. I think we're going to do the lenses of his helm yellow as well. So they'll match his pantaloons. But leave those for a minute. Yeah, it's looking better already. We've got some bits down here that are in need of tidying up. And then I think that's the torso about done. We'll give it the once over, make sure. sorry, punched the microphone. Not having much luck with this bit. There we go. Okay, there we go. Ooh, far too much. It's probably a little too much. Yeah, it's okay. Some dark green in there. Blend those two together. Okay. I think we're good. What's going to be for dinner at the Tan House? So dinner today is a little beef joint and a little gammon joint. I'm going to be doing some roast potatoes, some neeps and tatties, and then some frozen veg for me because Slow doesn't eat vegetables. Oh, and pigs in blankets and stuffing balls as well because Slow has specifically requested them. Yeah, Slow doesn't really do turkey. He doesn't eat vegetables, so that side of things is going to be fairly simple, fairly limited. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I'm going to be making gravy and Yorkshire pudding as well, as is only right and proper. There's no point in us really doing too much in the way of decoration here because this is going to be covered by the bustle when we put the bustle on. But I am going to put a little bit of shading in there just in case any of it's visible when the time comes. But nowhere near as much effort as we've gone to with the rest of it so far. Oops. Alright, hit the camera there. Always wanted to try Yorkshire pudding. Have you never had one before, Fart Bubbler? Oh. Do you know how to make one? It's a fairly simple process once you've got the hang of it. Okay, yeah, I think we're good on that front. Might be a couple of rivets that still need a highlight on them. One there, that one there. I think we've got one on the back as well. One here. Oh, we need a... Do we though? I don't think we do. Thinking maybe we need a highlight on the back of the helm, but I don't think we really do. I think it's okay the way it is. Seen them made on a few cooking YouTube channels, but I've never seen one anywhere in Iceland. Really? Wow. I mean, I guess with the name, they more than likely came from Yorkshire. So I shouldn't be so surprised that they're not something as common overseas. The little shoulder pads here looked a bit funky, so just adding a bit more to them till they look right. Too much highlight there, I think, isn't helping. There we go. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how this guy's turning out. One day I'll give it a go. Well, if you ever need any tips, you know where I am. Even when I cock it up, Slow seems to enjoy them, so I can't be that bad at making Yorkshire puddings. Either that or he's a very good actor. This highlight down here just feels a little too thick. So I'm just trying to slim it down a little bit. Too much. There we go. Actually, I think that looks a bit better now. It's had a little thin coat of black on it. Honestly, with all the highlighting on his armour now, his pantaloons look so weird. Looking forward to actually painting them. Like, properly painting them, I mean. Getting some layers into that paint. I did forget to... put the brass effect on his other leg. Just silly of me. So I've now got to do it at a really wonky angle. It's always terrible when you realise you've forgotten something like this and then you have to try and do it the most awkward way possible. Oh yeah. That's better. It looks like the glue's dried because it's gone absolutely nuts against the paint. That's not going to be an issue for us, so I'm not too worried. Go. He's coming along. About 12:30 in my area, and we just did gift exchanges. Just got a couple of oil paints I needed and the Adeptus Custodes holiday box set. Oh wow, that's awesome, Seno. Congratulations. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. It is 5:30 as well. Shit, I didn't realise how quickly the time had flown by. Thank you, everybody, for being so understanding about the breaks I've had to take today. Taking Porthos out for a walk when I did really did help. I feel a lot better for that, and I'm glad I got to talk to my mum today. Okay. And we've made so much progress on the flower night as well. Despite interruptions, he's coming along nicely. I think what I'm going to do is have the frames of his lenses in this brass effect. Not perfect. That's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. As long as I'm happy with it, that's what matters. When held at the correct angle, the orange mushroom makes the tree stump resemble a duck, and that thrills me for some reason. Please let me know what the correct angle is. Is it here? Or like that, maybe? I am all for a duck stump. Actually, that looks fairly duck-like, doesn't it? Or like a uh, a bird with its beak open. Some description at the very least. Fabulous. Thank you for that, Seno. The wonderful little mental image to bring into the new year with me. Oops. Okay, I think the sort of brass effect was a good idea. I think my execution of it leaves a bit to be desired. But that's okay. We can fix that. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry if you can hear my stomach grumbling. I had anything to eat today. Preparation for Christmas dinner. Yeah, I like that. Makes the eyes stand out, which is kind of what you want in a miniature like this anyway. Let's go back to the detail brush, I think. I'll be cooking later today. See, I've done all the prep already. So that I could get on with the stream without having to take too many breaks to sort things out. Okay, no, not the detail brush. Let's go insane detail instead. I have overwatered my paint. It's a pity. Ooh, that's a really growly stomach. The eternal question, the insane detail or the psycho? Well, you may have spotted at the bottom left of the painting screen that there is a little counter for how often I've used the psycho brush. Because, frankly, if I was allowed to, and if I wasn't shunned for it, I would just use the psycho for basically everything. I'm trying very, very hard at the moment to not just fall back on it, but it is my default brush. And I have used it more times than is marked for today's stream, but nobody was around to call me out for it initially. Oops. But just so that we can have a little bit of fun before I end up the stream, because we are getting closer to me finishing up for the day, I'm going to use the psycho. If you want to shame me for it by adding to the counter, exclamation mark psycho in chat will set off the alert. There we go.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it.
Realised later that younger me was foolish. How long it took me 15 minutes to do a Sister of Battle Cloak. Oof. I am also a very slow painter, which is funny because my partner is the slow painter. That is his handle. Which is why we call him slow. But I like to take my time. Even when I'm painting like infantry and stuff like that, I'll give each one its own little thing. And I'll try and make them as pretty as possible. And sometimes that means taking an absolute age to paint a mini that any other person would probably bash out in around about an hour at most. So that's not how the lenses are going to stay, but it's a good indicator for what we're going to... Taking your time is perfectly fine. Exactly, Fart Bubbler, exactly. We don't all do things at the same pace anyway. You should never judge a fish by how well it can climb a tree, as the old saying goes. And, you know, we all do things differently. We all process information differently. We all work at different speeds. And that is perfectly valid. I mean, I admire speed painters, I do. Good on them. Not something I'm really fussed over, though. I felt like that highlight on that side was just a bit too much, so I'm just toning it down a little bit. A little. Yeah, that's better. Gotta spend a little time, get to know them better. Exactly, Rust. Exactly. How can you expect them to do well in your army if you don't know them? Okay. I think we're in a really good position here with our Flower Knight. He's coming along nicely. I think we're actually... Oh, oh no. He's tilted as we've been... No. Yes, I can. Okay. Okay, no, that'll be fine, be fine. I forgot how strong this super glue is. I didn't really need to pin him at all. Could have just let the super glue do all the hard work for me. So I think we're in a safe place now with him that we can start working on the bushel, which will go here. And cover up a lot of that back piece, as I said before. Get that back into focus for you. And then we've got all of these pieces, which I haven't cut off the sprue because some of them are really, really small. These pieces. And then his arms and his sword. So we've still got lots to do for this guy. Lots and lots left to do. And really, when you consider the size of some of those pieces, the easy part is over. I've still got to figure out what color I want to do these bits. I'm thinking maybe a pink color. Perhaps a touch of Pepto-Squigmol. Treat your soldiers as your own sons, and they will follow you to the ends of the earth. I like that. They're your little plastic family. So yeah, you gotta give them a bit of love. Treat them with care. I'm just gonna tidy up my desk a little bit, seal up my wet palette, and yeah, then I will see who is live that I can send you over to for some continued festivities, because we've got a bunch of people that are live today doing festive streams for folks who've not got anything on. But yeah, I'm absolutely starving, so I need to go and get the dinner on, I think. And I'm only 15 minutes away from where I said I was going to end the stream anyway. Probably should have thought about the fact that I've not had anything to eat, shouldn't I? Silly me. Ooh. But this has been lovely. I've really enjoyed just hanging out with you lovely folks and doing a bit of painting, and I'm really happy with the progress that I've made on the Flower Knight. I think he's looking really nice. Still a lot to do, a long way to go, but we're going to get there. Okay, let's see who we've got. Unless my stream deck decides to break. Did anybody enter the giveaway? I can't check on my phone, silly me. My head's all mushy already. Terrible, isn't it? Okay, one person has entered the giveaway for a Steam key for the Star Wars collection. It's about 90 quid's worth of games, if I'm not mistaken. So if you want to give them a run for their money, exclamation mark ticket in chat will get you an entry. You can purchase up to 10 tickets, exclamation mark ticket space 10.
Goodbye.
There's no time pressure to finish the miniature other than what you self-impose. Please rest and eat. I know. And I wasn't intending to finish it today anyway. I'm just very, very happy with the progress that has been made on it. I think it's looking really nice, and I'm pleased that I've been able to make it look nice. Especially with how special this miniature is to me. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Okay. I'm gonna take us through to the ending soon screen. And find someone to raid. See, I'd just raid the Bob Ross channel, but they block raids. I know who we're going to go see. We're going to go see Kwame, who is making some nice music. So something else nice and chill for our festive season. Last chance to enter the giveaway if you want to. It will end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little bit for the lag. The giveaway is closed. And with a 100% chance to win, Lynn Squiggly takes home the prize. So I will send Lynn the code a little bit later. Probably after I've had my Christmas dinner. Thank you everyone that's come along today. I've had a very, very nice time. I hope you all have too. And I hope the rest of your festive season, however you're spending it, is absolutely wonderful as well. Now, I will be back at some point. I may not be back until the New Year's Eve party stream. I might take the rest of this, like the time in between, off and just have a week off from streaming. But until I see you next, as always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, wash your fucking hands. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays.